And yeah, you'll see all over this early access, experimental, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, it is very much in that vein. Now, because it's early access, well, we'll say first of all, Satisfactory is a factory building game, much like a game like Factorio or Dyson Sphere. Um, it is you build factories and you keep building factories to progress through the game. In this particular case, because it's early access, there's no story. It is all sandbox right now, and so people who play it try to figure out ways to get better at the game, get better at producing um, all the items you need to produce, going through the different tiers, figuring out where they like to build on the map, etc. The difference between this and a Factorio or a Dyson Sphere is that this is all first-person oriented. You build everything from a first-person point of view, and you're running around the map and all that stuff. So it's pretty fun. Um, I think very addictive to certain personalities. Um, there's always room for improvement, always room to make it better, and uh, and I think that's probably why I like it, and in some cases why I stopped playing it, because there's just too much time can be spent. Um, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail explaining everything in this. There's YouTube and Twitch videos galore from I guess some of my favorites for Satisfactory. Total Eclipse spells it Total X Clips, and I am Kibitz. The letter I, letter M, K, IBITZ. Um, those two guys really know what they're doing in regards um, to Satisfactory, and put thousands of hours in. I probably have like 30 hours, which is very much on the low end. Um, Others would have thousands of hours and very much know what they're doing. So I haven't actually made it that far in the sandbox. But today we are actually going to start anew. Um, so with that, starting anew, we're going to start a new game, um, and yeah, and just sort of have some fun with it. See where we get to, uh, leading up to the 8 o'clock hour here. So when you start, you get to pick from 4 different locations. These are all on the same map, so you can always travel between these locations without any issue. So it really just kind of depends. Beginners usually pick the grass field just because it's a large open space, and then the rest, everyone else kind of um, picks between the rest of them, and um, yeah, I think you know, Dune Desert is much more of a challenge, and then the Northern Forest or Rocky Desert sort of maybe as a toss-up between what people like. I'm going to start in the Northern Forest. I tried it a little bit, maybe for a few hours, and I kind of like the space, and it's different. I spent the rest of the time in the grass fields. It's a little different, and I want to give that a try. So, or have wanted to give that a try. So we're going to do that today. I am going to skip the onboarding process. So we're going to start the game at Tier 1. This skips the intro, which basically teaches you how to build. And yeah, it takes you through the first bit, kind of Tier 0 of the game, or at least of the sandbox. I've already done that several times, so I want to go ahead and skip that intro and just give it a start. So we'll give it a session name here, and we'll go ahead and get started. All right, so here we are. One thing I will say is this is the experimental build of Update 5. It is not the main path. It is the experimental build, and I'm using the experimental build because I really like the visual improvements that have been made. And so that's primarily why I want to play this. So we're going to start by going to an area that I like to build in. I think a lot of people actually like to build in. And I found recently, while just kind of exploring, and then later realized that it was an area that I Am Kibitz had been referring to in one of his videos. So we're going to make our way there. One thing that you can do is you can kind of search for raw materials, at least some of the raw materials. So kind of does a ping, tells you where some of them are. Probably going to see some, yeah, so some to the west, some back to the east. So it really kind of depends. There's some really good resources back to the east and really good resources to the west. So we're just going to go. As we move along here, you're probably going to see me picking up leaves. In the early parts of the game, leaves and wood, flowers, etc. are used as power in the game. So I will just be picking up everything that we see along the way, so that we'll be ready to go. Forgot to equip my weapon. So there are adversaries in this game. They are not incredibly difficult, or at least many of them are not incredibly difficult. I am doing a little bit worse than I normally do here, but ran across these guys. Oh, and that's the reason I ran across them. I went a little bit too far. So you start out with this little zapper that you can use for self-defense and to generally annoy the population. Here is the area where, like I said, I like to start. There's probably several other people who like to start here as well. Some people think that there's not enough room to build, and maybe that's true, but for how far I have gotten, it has not been that big of a deal. Here's some more creatures to worry about. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and clear them out really quick. I think there's a few sets of them around. So, let's see. Pick this up, and maybe pick these up too. Yeah, go ahead and chow down on these a little bit, give back some health. As we get through these, I'll explain a little bit more sort of where we are and what we're doing. Okay. So not the greatest start, but still okay. All right. So we'll go back this way. All right. So as you're going along, these are resource nodes. So you have different types of resources. Here's some iron. There's some limestone up on that hill right there, and that one over there is copper. And these are the ones that you need when you're first starting out in the game. There are different qualities of each node, resource node, pure being the best, then normal, and then impure. So you get the most resource out of pure. The whole thing, as of right now, in the early access build, is all infinite, and I think it's probably going to remain that way. But all of these nodes are infinite. It's just how much you get as a rate, like a per minute rate, as you go forward from there. So what we're going to do, there are several iron nodes through here. See, there was the one over there, then there's this one, and I think that one right there. So I think what we're going to do is start with this guy. So first we got to chop away at the little cap here, and that opens it up for our use. Yeah, clear some of these out. Okay. So we got that one. So I think what we're going to do first is we need to build what's called the hub. And the hub houses a lot of our sort of base functions in the game. So we go in here, and we're going to build, put down the hub. Maybe like that. Okay, so the hub is down. So the hub is self-powered. It has this nifty little little rocket, space rocket, that it uses to deliver goods that you turn in. So the whole thing in this is that you increase your research, your build capability by turning in resources. And I think that the idea in the end is going to be that you work for this organization called Fixit that you are supplying, and as a result of supplying them, they give you more advanced gear. So you can see we have different tiers. Some of them are locked. Tier 1 and 2 are open. So you have base building, logistics, field research. These all open up new capabilities, and this is the cost down here. So you can see the cost of some parts, some resources. So what we need to do is we need to start building those resources. So I already have some of them in my inventory, and that is because when you start and you do the tutorial, you end up creating a lot of these tutorials. So what they do is if you skip the tutorial, they basically give you what they think you would have built. Yeah, that is one of the fauna of the game. A lot of people call it bean, but they are pretty harmless. They don't really do anything to you unless you bother them. So unlike some of the other ones, they can like walk through your stuff, and so some people try to make sure that they build outside of the pathway of these guys, but otherwise they're harmless. Okay, so yeah, in addition to kind of selecting the tier, and the milestone that you want to reach, which we're going to go ahead and pick the first one here. This also has a bench, craft bench, where you can produce a lot of the goods out of the raw materials, and then it has very basic power supplies, what they call biomass burners, which are not as powerful as the true biomass burners, but they come with the hub, and so you don't have to build anything. It's built in right there. Because they're biomass burners, you do have to supply, leaves or other things. So I think the first thing that we're going to do here is take our leaves that we have, turn it into biomass. And the reason is when we do this, biomass burns slower or at a more efficient rate than the leaves do, or the wood itself. So we can convert it to this biomass, and it lasts longer in the burners. So while the very early game may seem a little tedious because you are building a few things by hand, the objective is to, as quickly as possible, engage in automation, to where you are building things automatically, where you don't have to touch it. So I might be doing this a little bit, but the goal is to basically do that as little as possible. Okay. So we're going to start, I think, by showing an example of how we use these resources. So first thing we need to do is we need to mine the resources. We're going to build a miner. And basically you aim and click as long as you have the resources needed, and it's perfectly okay. The next thing you have to do is you take the raw material from the miner, and you need to smelt it into something that is useful to you. So we build a smelter. And then the next thing you do is, if you want to use that raw material for something, you then need to build a constructor that puts it all together. Now, to get resources from A to B, you use conveyor belts. There are several different levels of conveyor belt that you start with. Of course, level 1, it will take all the resources in. Now we need to configure this equipment. So this is an iron ore node, so we're going to make iron ingots out of it. Okay, we'll look at that page later. And then from there, I'm going to make some iron plate. Okay. And so basically what this is going to do is extract the ore from the ground, make some iron ingots, and then make iron plate out of it. But what we need in order to do this is power. So we're going to go ahead and load this up. And then I'm going to load this one up. And so they are ready to go. So what I have to do now is connect them. So you connect them with power lines and power poles. The interesting thing about these power poles is that you can only have the 4 connections each. And I think this is an early game thing. I think you can expand these, but you just have to be a bit careful as you're going. I don't like that one. You have to be a bit careful as you're going or to make sure that that you don't sort of overwhelm it. Okay, so now that we have, I'm just going to go ahead and see what my resources look like. Yep, I'm going to go ahead and use that. And I'm going to come over here. And usually wouldn't do this, but just for the beginning of the game, take it, I'm going to connect it all to all 3. And now they are powered. So any power equipment you can look at. And what's really interesting is it gives you this information here, along with the little graph. It tells you the max capacity, which is because it's turned off, the capacity is 0. How much your current total power grid takes. The current consumption, and then as part of that, how much of it is your production. I think that's what all that means. And so if I come over here and I turn these back on, there we go. There we go. They are now burning and making power. So you can see our capacity is 40 megawatts. We're right now we're consuming 5.2, but the max possible is 13 out of the equipment. There it goes. It's starting to spool up. And you can see here that how much I have in there, and it burns 6.67 of the biomass per minute. So that's kind of the burn rate. So if we use leaves as an example, I think it's over 20. So that's why we converted everything to biomass. Now if we come back over here, we can see that our ore, there we go, is going in, being converted to these iron ingots, and then those iron ingots are being converted to plates, but there's no outlet, they're just being kind of stored in the machine right now. So there we go, that's a good start. The next thing we want to make sure that we do is make some concrete, because concrete is the basis for a lot of building in the game. I mean, look at this view. It's pretty crazy, right? Just kind of building on the cliff edge. I have fallen down off of there a couple of times. It's not fun. Oh, forgot this guy. Let's take him out. There's the last one. Okay. All right. So we're gonna start with this limestone here. See how much we can build before I just run out. Okay. So in a very similar fashion, we want to build a miner. Face this way. And we don't need to smelt anything, but we do need to construct the let's see if we're going to be able to do this. We do need to construct the concrete. There we go. Alright, so we're going to turn this to concrete, and it's going to start making some for us. Now let's see how far we can get it. Let me get it down to the ground, down there, so we don't have to run up here every single time we need it. And the answer is yes. We're going to go ahead and do that. The other thing that obviously we need is power. So we're going to come off this guy, probably run to here, getting close to our limit. probably run it just up to here, and then there we go. We are connected up, and we're going to start making concrete. So again, each one of these nodes, this is a pure limestone node, makes a certain amount. The pure makes 120 limestone per minute. The normal, I think, is 60, and the impure is 45. So there we go. It's going to start doing that for us. Making concrete. Big jump. Alright, and the other thing that we want to do, I think it's in organization, is let's go ahead and make a storage container. And what that means is if we didn't have a storage container, then everything would just back up on that on this conveyor belt, and it would be difficult to access because you'd have to go pick up each individual one of them. With a storage container, it basically houses it for you in all these slots, and then all you have to do is come in and say take it, and you're good to go. I didn't do that with this guy over here because it sort of acts in a very similar way, but I would have to, with that one, I'd have to climb up there every single time to go get it. I just don't want to do that. So see, this one I can just grab it directly, just like that. And I think it holds about 200. This guy is going to hold many thousands, because I think each stack is about 500, and then you can, see that there's a bunch of stacks available. I'm just going to let that one go for a little bit. Yeah, so marching along here. Just marching along. Let's see real quick what our power usage is. 22, so we're a little bit over half. So doing okay. Doing okay. Let's see. So one really nice thing about this is if you hit this little button up here, it tells you the ingredients you need for these, for all these buildings. So you can quickly find out if you have enough to make it. So as we can see there with all the check marks, we definitely have enough. We can build another set of those. In fact, it looks like we could possibly build 2 sets of those if we really needed to. But certainly doing okay. And then as you build them, this disappears. It helps you keep up with the math sometimes when you don't really want to do that on your own. So yeah, so the next thing I think that we're going to do is we're going to start on our copper as well. This is where our resources might get a little thin. We may have to bite the bullet and make some things ourselves. But we're going to do the same thing that we did before. And we're going to start with the miner. And then we need to smelt that copper into copper ingots. Okay. And then we need to construct from that. Okay, so copper ingots, and we're going to make wire, because that goes copper ingots to wire. Okay, so now where it's going to be a little tricky is the power. So we may not have enough resources to get power all the way to this point. We're going to try to start with this guy. Doing okay so far. Wire's too long, so we got to stop. The wires only can go so far. Alright, we're going to see what we can do here. We'll try to go around. Alright, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to try to connect all of them. And yeah, alright, we just had enough. Okay, this is a good start. Good start to the beginning of Satisfactory. This is kind of what you see. Now let's see if we have enough to build. We do. We can build a storage container, which is exactly what I want to do for this guy. I'd like to bring it over here. So we're going to start with our conveyor belt. Go as far as we can. It's going to tell us it's too long at a certain point. Yeah, and so we can just stop there. Then continue. And what I'd like to do is sort of put it maybe in the same general vicinity as this guy. I can turn the end of the conveyor belt a little bit, maybe get them lined up a little, just so they are in the same area. Let's see if we are now able to make it. We still are. Where is it? Let's see if we can line that thing up with this guy. So there are some tools to help you line things up, but sometimes, especially with this new build, they don't always want to snap to the thing you want them to snap to. They do a pretty good job, but in this particular case, we're just running up against it. So what I'm going to do then, I'm going to stand right here. Stand right here and try to just do what I can. There we go. And here comes all of our copper wire. One thing that I think is really neat about this game is how they visually represent how your manufacturing is going. It's very cool in my opinion. So, alright, so with that too, we're now fairly low on resources, and we're kind of maxing out our power, getting really close. Biomass is doing great. Let's go ahead and top this up so we just don't have to think about it for a few more minutes. And yeah, and then go from there. Let's see what else we can do. We are now making, so one thing that you can obviously see is that we are we need to finish this base building milestone. We need some concrete, which we're building, iron plates, which we're building, and some pipe, or rod. I think it's called iron rod. Yeah, iron rod. So we are not currently building iron rod, which is a bit of a thing. So we have two choices. We can make it on our own, or we can try to set up another miner, which I think is probably a good idea. Go ahead and get some automation early. But we will need to build some additional resources. We will need another power plant because we're already pretty close on our burner here, on our power. It will not support another set of these guys right here. We'll need to make some cable. We'll probably, let's see, will we need some concrete? Probably will. Let's see, let's go ahead into the production and just go ahead and put all of these in here again. And we can kind of see the stuff that we need. So we're already behind on cable. We can't finish it up with cable. We are right up against it with wire, right up against it with reinforced iron plate, sort of right up against it with concrete as well. So we definitely have to make cable to do it, and not only that, but we need to make power. So with the power, we now also need more wire and more iron rod to begin with. So wire is easy. We're already making it. Boom. See, now we're good. Cable. We will make cable from the wire at our bench. We can do that starting from there. The biggest thing that's going to be an issue is making the iron rod because we need iron ingots, iron ore, etc. So we can make our own. Just going to take a little bit. So let's go ahead and do that until we have enough to get this iron rod moving, and plus a little bit because we need some for power as well to run the power. Alright, so let's go ahead and craft a little bit of cable. A little bit plus here. Watch our wire. See, we're using wire. We have 60, and it takes 2 wire to make a big cable. So we're just gonna take that down a little bit. Okay. Now let's see what we can do about this rod. So we're gonna make some iron ingot, and this is kind of what takes a while. This is why this part is a little bit arduous. Iron ingot is probably the worst, like starter part. Everything else seems a lot faster. All right, and then iron rod. Let's go ahead and make it all. All right, there we go. Might as well. Let's make concrete. So we had a little bit of leftover limestone. So we're going to make some concrete. And then, why not? Let's go ahead and make our copper ingot. And then we'll make wire out of that. So if you play the intro of this game, this is what you're doing throughout most of the intro. You are gathering resources and bringing them over to the bench and making these very basic items to get you through the tier 0 build. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and do this again then. Oh, first. No, not first. We're going to go ahead and build these. We're going to open up this iron node. Easy peasy. Okay. And we're going to maybe kind of point it this way. I know there's another one right here, but we may point it this way just to deconflict a little bit. The good news, I will tell you this right now, the very good news, at least right now in this game, in the sandbox, you don't lose anything if you decide to tear something down. So if I just messed up placing that, I don't need to worry about like a move feature or anything like that. I can basically just delete it and you get it back, everything that went into it, which is great because this game right now is a lot of just tearing down. Okay, so much like we did before, we're going to need a smelter, and much like before, we're going to need a constructor. Now, anybody who actually knows this game, who's watching me, knows what is going on in that they're probably saying, why are you spending all this time doing this? Because you're just going to have to redo it shortly. And I don't disagree. Like, we will have to redo this shortly. It is the type of thing that you sort of start doing this, and then very quickly you get some additional build features that enable you to like completely optimize this. Just as of right now, I really just don't like holding down the button on the bench, and so here we are. All right, we're going to build our biomass burner. So the biomass burner has a leaf port on it, and I want to just kind of face it in a good direction, easy access. Okay, and then I will connect that guy to here, and it is now part of the power grid. I can put, I'm going to have him burn these flowers off in the beginning. You can see it's 18 flowers per minute, but I can put 500 in there instead of only 200, so it more or less equals out. But I'll go ahead and do that. Now that I've done that, I have more on my power grid. See, I'm now at 70, so I'm only using like half. So now I can come in and connect, and then I need to configure iron and iron rod. And now I don't really have to build much by hand. It is all just going. Now see, this guy stopped, right? Why do you think it stopped? Well, he's full. Now he'll go again. That's why this new power window is so good. It used to just tell you only what you were using at the time. Now it tells you the max. And so you could be using less than the max because some machine stopped, but it still tells you what your max is going to be at any given time, which is very, very nice. Alright, and we're just going to kind of let that go because we're going to build up. Let's go ahead and get some of our concrete. We'll probably have enough plate. We just don't have enough rod. So we're going to put our plate into the resources. We're going to put concrete into the resources. Now we're just waiting for the iron rod. I'm going to help it out just a little bit. You know, because it takes some time to build those things. Go ahead and use up our biomass there. Okay. Alright, moving right along. Doing well. Let's see. One thing, if you watch videos, if you watch this one, if you watch other Satisfactory videos, you'll probably see people doing this a lot. And the reason they do that a lot is because there's a feature, I don't know if it's a bug, there's a feature in the game that if you jump out of a slide, you jump very high and very fast. So if you're moving, you actually are, it benefits you to do this because you move faster through the world. And the world is very, very big. You're in a tiny, tiny piece of it right here. It certainly helps to move you along. You can't do it uphill; it stops you. You just don't slide uphill. It certainly helps. See how I can't? There you go. It certainly helps if you got a little bit downhill or flat. So also normally, if you have conveyor belts running like this, usually you raise them up so that you can walk underneath them and not be affected by them. But in this particular case, I just kind of left it down there. It's fine. Again, you can always delete things and get all of your stuff back. Oh, we have exactly 100. So since that is still producing rods, we're just going to go ahead and use them all here. Alright, so this is the best part. We get to launch the pod. We're going to click that and then come out here.
Milestone reached.
Just going to watch our pod take
several
off.
Structures aim to provide the first needed to build basic factory infrastructure and improved overview. Building these will provide a grid for more advanced organizing and sectioning of your factory.
And there it goes. Delivering it to wherever it's going to deliver it to in the main game. Once it's all put together and there's a story. A lot of rumors are that you work for an organization trying to improve on their resources, and they live on a space station, basically up there, not wanting to come down to the planet until infrastructure is set up. And so they're going to basically tell you this is what infrastructure you need to set up before they come down, and you need to send resources up while they're here. So we will see. We will see if that comes true. Oh, here it comes. Land. Alright. So now it's...
Milestone exchange concluded. Fix-it freighter re-entry
complete. Now we're ready for the second one. So now we need 150 plate, 150 rod, and 300 wire. So we are already making everything that we need, and we just have to kind of let it keep going. So what we just got are foundations and walls. So what these are basically concrete pieces, that enable you to better lay out your factory. And what it does is it essentially creates these squares with ramps and other things. Essentially creates these squares that you can place, originally it's kind of underneath like a miner and with a certain orientation. And then once you start building that, it creates a grid that you can use that grid to build the rest of your stuff. You can also use it to build vertically instead of just horizontally, to make use of some of the sky space. It's fairly useful, and when you watch any Satisfactory video out there, you'll see people building all sorts of ginormous buildings just using some of those basic pieces. I mean, certainly there are more advanced pieces that they're using as well. All right, we are chugging along, which is great. So what these foundation pieces let you do too is, as an example, I can pick a starting point. Maybe it's at that level of that node, or maybe it's at the level of the hill up here, or whatever, and I can start there. The Satisfactory uses the same thought process and physics as Minecraft, in that when you need to connect things together, but once they're connected, they don't fall. So basically, I could start a foundation right here and then build out over this entire valley here, and just keep going straight and just build everywhere. I can start from that height, I can start from that height. I can start from anywhere and just build out. So while we're waiting on that, I'll just go ahead and explain. So the next tier is called logistics. And as part of this, you get splitters, mergers, and lifts. And what that does for you is it starts introducing the math of the game. And that math is, we already started talking about it with these nodes, and how much the nodes can produce per minute. So 120 iron ore per minute goes into a smelter that can take 30 per minute and produce 30 iron ingots. So the fact that I can make 120 means nothing to this, because it's way more than what it can use, which is why it's 100% efficient, and it's always full of iron ore. So that 30 then comes out of here and goes into the constructor, where it can take in 15 per minute and make 15 iron rod. And this is highly dependent on what you are making, but this wants to take in 15 and spit out 15, which is again why this is always full, because 30 is coming in. You can see it doesn't constantly flow, it stops. The other side of this is that these Mark I conveyor belts only can carry 60 per minute. So you have 120 coming out, but only 60 can actually come down this belt. So that's another limiting factor. So what these splitters and mergers allow you to do is basically take this output that's 60, and I can split it into two, so 30 each. And then since this takes in 30, now I can use two smelters and I can get 60 output instead of just 30 output. Then when it comes to these guys, they get only 15. So from each smelter, I can actually split it again, 30 out, divided into two, which is 15 each. This takes in 15, so now I can, out of two smelters, I can have 4 rod producing constructors. So that's kind of how all the math goes. And that is basically a lot of the sandbox of this game, and I'm sure a lot of what the final game will be is figuring out that math and how to be most efficient at it. Here's another example. Okay, for iron plate, it'll take in 30, but it only produces 20, right? So the smelter is putting out 30, which means that the flow should be very near constant. So right now it is not constant, but that's just because it is spooling up here. But certainly the idea is that you should be able to flow in from here 30. This eats up 30 as it's working, so the flow should just be moving right through. So if I had another smelter out here, because this line carries 60, then I can actually have 2 smelters and 2 constructors that make iron plate. So yeah, a lot of math starts happening fairly quickly in this whole experience. See how the wire is doing. Good. So the other fun thing is that if you know the math, if you know that this belt carries 60, then you can kind of see how much is moving down the belt every minute. So if the total is 60, but you see these gaps, that means that you're not producing 60 per minute. You are producing less than that. So in this particular case, I think we are producing 40? Let's go check. Oh, it's not 40. It's okay, 30. Okay, so we are producing 30 per minute. So we were producing 30 per minute of wire, so basically the spacing is that you should be able to fit, 2 more in there. Yeah. Okay, we're definitely good on plate. Go ahead and take that. I think we're going to get to our next tier here. Alright. Button. And the rocket
Milestone
takes
reached.
off.
Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to increase the complexity and efficiency of your factory. We encourage you to consider more verticality when it comes to factory logistics to streamline short-range transportation. The productivity display will help you measure and improve the productivity of individual buildings to aid with optimization.
Alright, we're just going to pick the next one here. This next one again is iron plate. We get wire, and the new thing, screws. So the screws we will probably build by hand. They are built out of rod, iron rod, and we'll probably just take the iron rod and build those, at least for right now. But I like it. Everything is moving right along. Alright. So with that, I think we're just going to let this run for a minute. Take a quick break, stretch out, get the blood moving again, and then we'll come back to our game here. So just stand by. We'll be right back. And yeah, see what else we can get into here. Oh, and there's some really fun parts about this game. Being in early access, we crashed. That's okay. We'll get it back open again. Shouldn't be too long. Okay. So we'll see where the autosave was. Should not have been too long ago. Yep. Okay. Alright, let's get some more of these iron rods. Take on some more of the plate. Definitely get some more of the wire. Take all that. Alright, we're going to make some screws here. Alright, that is enough to fill all of our obligation here. Go ahead and get the next tier, or at least this milestone.
Milestone reached.
Yeah,
the
we
molecular
finished tier
analysis machine,
1.
referred to as the MAM, will allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field. To ensure a greater chance of success during exploration, an upgraded tool belt has been provided, as well as an object scanner and beacons. Note: the object scanner requires calibration via the MAM to enable detection of specific objects.
Okay, that power's been okay. Let's just go ahead and top this off. Maybe, maybe while we're waiting, go ahead and collect some more. This is just a thing. I think you have to do a little bit at the beginning of this game. You do eventually get to a point where your power is self-sufficient, but not in the beginning. Usually reaching that point is where people start to say, okay, now you can really play. Alright. So I'm gonna come in here and just make some biomass again. Good to go. Alright. Okay. So we talked about these splitters and everything. They really enable us to do some fun things, foundations and splitters and all of that. Really let us do some very fun things with the setups of our factories. And so there's a layout that I want to try that I haven't tried before, that I would definitely like to, and yeah, just kind of see if it works, see if we can make it work. So this is a little bit, for me, a little bit experimental. Others probably have done it before, but yeah, I'm gonna try a little bit of a different layout. So you can, if you come in with these splitters, you can just kind of like make it horizontal. You can just come out, you can split, put these side by side, you can split, you can put these side by side, you can build however many of them you need. But I think I'd like to try a little bit of a different scenario. The first thing I'm going to do though is make some reinforced iron plate, and the reason for that is you need those to build beacon structures. So we need screws. That's going to be our main driver. We're just going to make sure we have enough of them. Alright, super cool. Alright. trying to think, do I want to try this? No, I want to try this with, I think over here, with this guy. Just to see what kind of trouble we can get into. So first, I'm just going to take this down. Yep. I'm going to take those down, and yeah, I'm going to start with the foundation. Try to face the foundation, maybe a little bit of an angle, or try to get it maybe face on. Yeah, let's start there. And these sort of start snapping together. Yeah, so I want to do like this. We're just going to build out. And then see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to put my miner back. And the miner still works as long as you're not too far off the node. Or still it comes in just fine. So I'm going to have to make sure I don't fall off of this thing as I'm messing around here. So what I think I want to try to do is put smelter kind of, well, first of all, I want to check a merger. Can a merger be put off the edge? How far off the edge can a merger be put? Looks like halfway. Okay. So, smelter. Let's go ahead and put the merger down, just so we can get a good view of things. And then smelter, just one off. Okay, so let's look and see what the other side looks like. And on this side, I want to put splitter. So again, we're just trying something today, just to see how things may work out in this arrangement. So we're off the edge, kind of not fully off the edge. So this smelter is not perfectly centered. That's okay. Now, question is, what does it look like if I try to go up? How high do I need to go? I want to build up for clip. So I want to build a wall. Maybe I'll build it here. Maybe here. Yeah, this is just a trial anyway. So if I build a wall too high, I think I can't build foundation right off that wall without it clipping. And then I think you can see the top through it, so that's not going to work. So then what if I do another one on top of that? And the question is, can I then build something here without it being a problem? And that says I can. Let's try Floor is too steep. It just means like I'm off the edge. Okay. So really I just need 2 walls plus 2 1-meter foundations tall. Or I could put a 2-meter, I guess. Well, it doesn't line up, but so then I can delete the walls, and as we said before, these guys just stay floating in space. A lot of people don't like clipping, but you know, sometimes I think it's okay. So let's see what we can do here. I get a precursor of something set up here. And again, don't want to fall off. So the beauty of these miners, if you build it this way, is that in order to get up there, you just climb. And I'm there. So we'll see if we keep it that way. Again, we're kind of trying something out here that I haven't done before. Just kind of see how we can situate things. Okay, so this guy is going to output 60. This guy, when you configure for copper ingots, can take in 30, which means we can use 2 of them. So let's try. We have enough. We do have enough. Yeah, let's try to put another one in line with the first one. That is not in line. Regardless of what the tool tells me, that's not it. That's in line. Okay. And then what I want to do, splitter in line with the other one. That. I want to put a merger in line with that one. Like that. And yeah, let's see if this is doing what I want it to do. Okay. So it's going to come in there. Oh, this is backwards. One of these two is backwards. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Now it lines up. I don't know why that one raised. It'll just be on the floor. But, okay, whatever. You have to fix that. Okay. Anyway, okay. Looks a little bit better. Okay, so now what is going to happen is that it's going to come out, it's going to come out of here, go in there. Let's see if we can do that. Yep, no problem. Come out of here, go in there, go into here, come out, and then it's going to need to go up there, where it will be met, or it will meet some constructors. So I want to try placing a constructor sort of in the same vein as of right now. Yeah, it's going to make this thing a little bit long, but that's okay. I want to place the constructors so we're going to do a splitter from here over the edge and over the middle. Oh, I hear a bad guy somewhere behind us. I think he's up on that hill. Yeah, okay. And we're going to take constructor, and we're going to move it back. Can that, okay, yeah, I mean that seems to work. Alright, so those two are in line with each other. Those are in line. And then I think what we're going to do is do the same thing with the merger over here. And I'm just going to go ahead and do this. That. Come in here and go out that way. Yeah, okay. Okay. So far, maybe good. Let's see. Okay, so we are producing down here. Oh, 60 copper ingots. Okay. 60 copper ingots. We want to make wire. So 15 copper ingots makes 30 wire. So 15 goes into 60 4 times. Which means I can make 4 constructors. Can I make 4 constructors? That is the question. So let's see. Let's use our tool. No. The issue is I don't have enough cable to do that. So I need more cable. That is no longer needed, at least as of right now. I guess I'll leave it. So I need more cable, which means I need to go take some wire. Make some cable. Meanwhile, a lot of this stuff is probably stopped because it is up against its limit. Yep, so we'll go ahead and take it. Keep it going. And maybe, just for funsies, let's see, for organization. Yeah, let's just go ahead and make storage containers. So it kind of just keeps going. We can make a ton of things with the storage container. We go. It's just going to pour out of there. The rods are just going to pour out of there. All right. Let's check our fuel. Yep, still doing just fine on fuel. Oh, we have a lot more flowers. Let's go ahead and fill it up. Okay. Oh, yeah. So we said we need to make some cable. Let's go take all of our wire. Let's go make some cable. We don't want to use all of our wire. We definitely want to have enough cable for power. And yeah, and build. Whew. For everybody joining the stream, thank you very much. This is my Extra Life 2021 live stream, 24-hour live stream. My name is Damon, and You have joined in hour 22, going to 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time in the U.S. And yep, going strong. Been playing Satisfactory now for, what is that, maybe an hour and a half, a little bit. Yeah, just messing around, finishing out the 25-hour 25-hour live stream, which means you end up doing things like selecting a storage container when you meant to select a constructor. All right. Should be able to go right next to each other. Oop, are these backwards? They're backwards. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, they look the same. Okay. Right now I'm just trying out a new build. I'm sure other people have done this before. I do not claim to be new and novel in the Satisfactory arena by any stretch of the imagination. Some people have so many hours in this game. I'm sure they've thought of everything. But this is new for me. I remember at one point reading something or seeing a video of a better way of possibly doing this. But to be honest with you, I couldn't find it again when I really wanted to learn more and see what other people have done. So, oh, again, wrong way. So, I'm just trying this out. Alright, so now all of these will basically make, all of these are going to be making wire. Now, one thing, if you remember earlier, wire is 30 per minute, but the conveyor belts that we are using right now only can carry 60 per minute. So in reality, what we have here is an issue in that we are going to overload the belt. So kind of have to think about that a little bit, because once we put two of these together through this merger, you can't. Oh, there he is. Once we put two of these together through this merger, only 60 can come out. So after that, this adds to 90, and it won't go anymore. So they'll just back up and kind of like fold themselves in, but they'll still be backed up. So I think I have an idea for that. Excuse me. I think I have an idea for that, but it's but we're gonna try this first. I guess a temporary idea for that until the lines get a little bit better. Yeah. So that is what I wanted to do right now. And so let's see. Yep, we got plenty. Let's see if we can connect these things. Mark 1 belts. Goes there. Goes there. Goes there. That was close. Okay. Those are all set up. Now let's go downstairs. Set these up. Get them all? Yeah, connected. Okay. Big question is my power grid going to support all this? Maybe. Might overload it. We'll see. Alright. So what I want to do now is, I think, take this off. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put that back. It's for fun. Alright, so now what I think I want to do is conveyor lift. Let's see, we are on the edge here, so it needs to line up with that guy. And be beyond that guy. Yeah, so the hard part is getting it to recognize it's in line with something up there. So sometimes what you got to do is come up, see what you're doing. And then, just like that. Alright. And then, what I want to do from there is basically take, so it's going to clip a little bit, I think, based on how I have this, but I want to really would like to have that and then do this. Yeah, see how it's clipping? That's not ideal, but maybe we'll run it over the top like that. Nope. Don't like it. Here. Oh, I have a better idea. No, need to think about this smartly. Oop. So what we need to do is take this. And run it to there. Okay. And then take full. Then we run it down. That's what I want to do. Like that. Yep. That's going to clip a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's see, this is all coming this way. Thought I already hooked this up. Guess not. So that's going to go like that. It's going to come down exactly like I want it. Yep. Okay. All right. So up top here, this is going to get a little bit trickier. Let's see. What I would like to do, I want to keep, why is this elevated? Again, I don't know what's going on with these things. Okay. Growl at me all you'd like. Okay, so that's gonna go in. Let's see, do I have to complete this? No, I think we're good. Snaps, we're okay. Alright, so that is going to get that running. Yeah. I think we're going to start with this for the moment. So let's check on our power line usage. Probably going to need some more cable, but that's okay. Nope, that's not what I want. Okay. Okay. Down here. Gotta take. Yeah, a little bit of clip through there, that's okay. Connect that. Then connect that. Over there. Everybody's ready to go. So now what I want to do is get this back over to where we had it. So what I'm going to do is, it's okay, just a little bit. I want to come around the corner. Good corner here. Actually, do we have... We don't. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Here they come. Few at first, and then should be tightly packed together because we are more than outputting what we've got. Look, I can walk underneath it, at least until no, the whole way. Alright, so I think it is now time to fulfill the next milestone. Let's go ahead and take some more concrete. How much do we have? 300? Sure, let's take that much. And we need some rods. We have plenty. We're going to go ahead and make some screws. Halfway there. So much fun. Now, in case you were wondering, yes, we can use constructors to make screws out of rods. We just haven't set that up yet. But absolutely, you can take the rods and just automatically make screws. You can automatically make everything in this game. In fact, at a certain point, a certain point you have to automatically do it. There's a level at which you can't hand make anything. In fact, these guys up here, you can't hand make. They have to be made by machine. Alright. Around. Click, click, click. And go.
Milestone reached. Biofuel will ensure maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, you are now capable of removing foliage that consists primarily of wood. Additionally, R&D inflated your pocket dimension.
Alright. So, fun fact. That's not what I'm looking for. Equipment workshop. Screws, plates, okay. One, I think it was it 5 total? I think it's 5 total, but we need some more of these. I think that'll do it. Ah, 160. Okay. Alright. We now have a chainsaw. And chainsaws run off of biofuel. And biofuel is more efficient than biomass. It is the most efficient fuel that runs in the biomass burners. And it's kind of annoying to build this way because it is so slow. It takes 10 clicks for every 4. We're just going to make a few here so that we can do this. There we go. And what this enables us to do, see, some of these are going to be fun because they're not going to work, are they? Not going to be able to cut these. Nope, can't cut, can't cut. Uh-oh, what happened? Everything's fine, okay. Just heard something shut down, okay. So we can come over here, something like this, and it clears everything in the area and gives us everything within a surrounding radius. We can even come over to trees, cut them down, get lots and lots of wood. But for some reason, I think there must have been a new bug introduced. Because most of this you used to just be able to saw right through, but now it doesn't look like it's selectable. I remember reading something about this, but yeah. Okay. But again, good news is that you can make this new fuel that runs even better. The biomass burners. Okay, let's. I guess let's keep going. Part assembly we need, so we're going to select that. And make sure to check our fuel. Let's load this guy up a little bit more. Okay. So this guy, I wouldn't say is running 100% efficiently, because, well, that one's not even running. Did I not hook it up? Did I not tell it what to make? Didn't tell it what to make. So this whole thing is not running 100% efficiently because these smelters are outputting more. These constructors are outputting more than the belts can handle. That one's not even running. Running, okay. Now they are spaced properly. Alright, so again, you're producing more copper wire than we can use on the belt. That's why you'll see how that stopped? This way back there just stopped? Yep, we're putting too much out. This belt here, that belt there can't handle it because they're only made for 60. And that one is seeing 90 and this one is seeing 120. So, not very efficient. In fact, what we should do for the time being is turn this guy off. And turn this guy off. Now what that means is that the copper ingots are going to back up because there's 60 being made and only 30 being used. So I wouldn't say this is the most compact build or way of doing this. Mostly because I think there are other ways of putting this together that would shorten it up a bit. But right now this is the way I want to try it. So the other thing that we can do, pretty much already turned these off. The other thing that we can actually do is have these turned on, and and instead of outputting on this belt, we can actually make cable with them. So I believe, let's go ahead and just check. 60 wire, which is what 2 of these constructors is making, makes 30 of cable. So we basically need one more constructor to do that. Now what I would probably like to do is actually build that on the level above, and then flow half of it to there and half of it back to our storage bin. The primary issue with that is getting up to that level. Now I could use ramps, that may work. Let's see, do we have any? I don't think we have any. We have one of stitch plates. So let's just see how that looks. Let's go get enough to do it. Well, that is clipping right through there, isn't it? Should have moved that over more. That's okay. I think, let's go see how much power does a single constructor take? 4 megawatts. And we have 5 left on the grid. 6. So we have plenty. So we could certainly do this. So let's get another plate. Let's just do one. He's gonna do one. And we have enough cable. Yep, we have enough cable. Alright. Let's just see what we can do. Okay. So coming up. Now what I want to do, let's see if we can find a spot to do this, because there's all sorts of clipping going on now. Let's see if we're allowed to put that there, that there. Foundations. Alright, but now we need to get up there. So what I want is a big hefty ramp here. Let's see. Oh yeah, I mean we're already up. Okay, so let's take that one out. Go 1 here. 1. Big hefty ramp again. Alright, but we need to build higher, so let's do another 1. Top. It's okay if these don't connect. I mean, that's not too bad. Could be a lot worse. What is going on down there? Sprite in space. Okay. Whoa. Missed. Okay. Foundation. And that Should be enough. So we're only going to make one. Okay. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, even though we don't really need it, I'm going to put a splitter in. Let's see, it's coming out that side, right? Yep, I'm going to put a splitter in, faces this way. Boom. I'm going to put a merger in, faces this way. Yep. Boom. And then I'm going to build a constructor in between the two. Okay. And oops. And he is going to build some cable for us. And that's not the way I'm going to be able to go. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to sever this connection. And instead of having that, we're going to put in a lift. Not ideal. There we go. That's already connected. Okay, so that's going to go in there, and that will go in there. Go in there, and then we just need to build the other side. I think somewhat like we did before, except for I can't drop it right through there because there's already a lift over there. So what I want to do actually is take it out beyond. Let's take it out way out there. So we need to see if this is going to work. The issue is I need to be able to build out further. Let me just do that. Oh, is it? It's the wrong way, isn't it? Okay. Let's try that again. There it goes. And I wanted to build this way. Okay, yeah, not perfect. Not perfect. That's okay. Alright. So that one's ready to go. Now, just need some paper. Let's see, do I have any room? room. Alright. Oh, am I gonna... Okay. I think this is gonna work. Where's the power pole? Yep. Still good. So that's gonna now output. It's gonna take that up. At 60. It's gonna go in at 60. Everything's gonna be at 60. This should produce 30. And it's working. That kind of annoys me, but that's okay. So believe it or not, there's another copper node right there, just like the one this is running. So you can make the same setup right there. Oh, hello. You actually came down to see me. Let's be friends. All right. You know what? I probably actually want this raised. That's okay. All right. Let's see how much belt we've got. We'll run it right alongside this guy. Yeah, it's clipping. Another storage bin. Like that. Can't afford it. Alright. But we will when we grab some more plate. Ooh, okay, that's awful. Alright, now. Order wonderful looking Burr factory over there is 100% efficient for what it's able to do. Which is cool. Alright. We are moving along now. So we can do that same thing with all of these. With both of these actually. We can make a ton of rods. We can make a decent amount of iron plate. We just have to do the same thing we did over there. And since we've already tested it and tried it out, it shouldn't be really that difficult to put together. Just a matter of working on it. Actually up there too. Now the difference is that concrete factories don't really run very efficiently. So they take in, I think, 45 and they produce 15. Not really that great. So since we're already making or sending 60 out on the conveyor belt from the miner, there's not much more you can do to make that efficient. You can send 60, divide it between 2, but then your your output again is not efficient. So that's kind of just what we get right now until we're able to increase the speed of the belt, or until we're able to underclock, which means slow it down. Slow down the production rate to match an input rate, which actually helps us also with power usage. So, but yeah, I mean that, I'm reasonably happy with that. It's not too bad. The benefit of building out like that is that eventually the miner, we're going to have better belts. Right? Eventually we're going to have belts that can carry 120 from this miner. That means we're going to have 4 smelters. And that means we could have even more constructors. So by building like this, all I have to do is keep extending it out. And until I run into something like that monument there, it just keeps going, which is kind of neat. I like it. I like it that way. So, yeah. So it's kind of same thing with the iron production over here. Yeah, that type of output. So again, so we could do the same thing. We could build it over here. I would think I would turn the miner, or just leave it at, well, I think I would turn. I could also leave it as it is, just turn the conveyor belt to go into an arrangement just like this. But yeah, I think I could leave it. I could also, that is too wide. I could actually make it 5 wide and fit both my plate production and my rod production in the same area, which might also be interesting. The biggest thing is I may want to do something similar where I like split the production in the beginning to make some screws, because right now if I feed 60 into this, well, I guess I feed 60 in, I get 60 out, so that's not that big of a deal. So by using maybe some more power production, I can open up another one of these nodes over here, and I can have a dedicated screw production facility. And for that, you can see that I only need 10 in to get 40 out. So if I were to feed 60 iron rods in, which is what I'd be able to do right in the beginning, and actually get 240, which is way more than I can fit on a belt. So it might be beneficial to somehow split the production in the beginning, at least, of these rods to just take a little bit off and feed it into a screw maker. Um, and it, if you manifold it together right, if you use these splitters right, then if it backs up, then it just backs up, and all the rest of it just flows out um, and goes on its merry way. As an example, I can, well, can't really do it up here, but I could basically, if I had the right speed belt, I could feed all of it up to that level, all of that wire production up to this level, and just let the overflow come out and come down into this line. As long as the speeds matched and I was giving the right amount to this cable producer. Um, but yeah, I could certainly do that. But for the time being, I think I'd just like to arrange it this way and kind of let it do its thing. So I think my next step might be to go ahead and convert these. I'm going to need more power. That's for sure. I'm going to need more power, so I need another biomass burner. I may, this is something even different, I may actually set up some production of fuel. And the reason I might set up some production for fuel is because, as you saw, if I go over here to the bench and I want to make solid biofuel, this takes forever. It is 10 clicks for 4. That takes a long time. So if I can set up automated constructors, which constructors can do it too, then all I have to do is feed either biomass in, or you could set up 3 constructors and have leaves in one, wood in another one. Those become biomass, and then those combine to become biofuel, and then it just sits there waiting for you to use it in here. And that is sort of a, let's say, what some call a semi-automated process. You still have to come in and check your burners and all that. You can't just ignore it. But after you do that, it's quite a bit easier. It is not as easy as the fully independent automated system that comes a little bit, but it is pretty easy. The other thing I have to start thinking about is there's this fun thing called a space elevator, and that space elevator is what you really try to achieve in the first round of this. I have to start thinking about where that's going to go and how that's going to go. So I don't know if I'm going to quite get to it in this stream. I know I'm going slower than the like really knowledgeable advanced people, but I wanted to try some things out and see how it go. Again, I have about 30 hours in Satisfactory. Well, more now, I guess. But yeah, I guess 32 or 33 hours almost in Satisfactory, and which is nothing in comparison to the thousands that people, 1 or 2,000 that some people put in. But yeah, sometimes it's just fun to mess around, which I think is really the idea right now. But I think we could chop some foliage down. Space elevator might be really nice up there, or maybe right there. That'd be kind of cool as well. I don't remember how big it is. It's pretty big, but the base fits over there. That would be nice. Okay. So I think what I want to do first is I'm going to make some more screws and make some more of these reinforced iron plates because I want to build some more constructors. So let's go ahead and make a bunch of them here. Okay. Alright. So first thing I want to do is I'm going to make a new biomass burner. Be able to produce more, put more out. Alright, put another one here. Throw these guys in there. Yeah, I'm already really starting to pull down on these things. Again, I don't think that I think they just run at a constant usage, but yeah, still, it just always seems like at a certain point they're having some trouble. All right, so what I'd like to do is kind of work a little bit backwards here. So set up a storage container. That storage container to be right alongside my other stuff here. Just like that. Okay. And then from that, I'm going to put a constructor. And then from that, I'll put 2 more constructors. Move one kind of over here. Room for merger. Actually, let's go ahead and put that in. Merger. And then put another one. Did that line up? Sure. Okay. Then I want another one. Yep, this way. Is that too close? That's too close. Okay. Then we'll put another one right beside it. sure I can get around. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Those are going in just fine. So these are going to make biomass leaves. These are going to make biomass wood. This guy will make solid biofuel. Okay. Now, the way we make this easy on ourselves, we take these two guys and put storage containers. So then we take wood, put it in there. Take leaves, put it in there. We take any biomass we have, and we throw it in there. And we take, yeah, we just let it, can't put any in there. So now, when we turn all this on, this guy just makes biomass. This guy makes biofuel. So let's see about connecting this guy to the grid. Yep, should work. Let's go to this side. Here. I want to go. Here. That one, that one. There we go. Here we go. Now, the all-important next step is I think I want to go up there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make some ramps. I'm going to get up here. It's so cool you could pull them in the air. Alright, let's make sure there's no baddies up here waiting for us. Nope. Nope, no baddies. Alright, so here we go. Deforestation. Oh, I want this. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. press release. That everything's not selectable with the chainsaw. Alright, pretty good. Alright, let's go down. Then let's come over here, and in this one, throw all the wood that we found. And in this one, throw all the leaves that we found. Just let it do its thing. And look at that. So now, if we want to, we can come over here. Really wish I could get rid of this. Yeah, there's no, it's not selectable. So now, as that burns down, then we can transition over to biofuel. Easy peasy. And then we still have 20 left. Okay. So each constructor takes 4. Each smelter takes 4 as well. So we can build 5 new additional machines. So for this guy, there's going to be 2 additional machines, so that's 8. 12 left over. And for this guy, there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can't quite do all of them, but we will get close. Okay, see, we're not being efficient with this guy because it can take in 120 biomass per minute. Well, that belt can only output 60. Not to mention, okay, so this could output 300 if it, as long as it had supply. This one can only output 60 with supply. So not 100% efficient, but still works very well. Better than having to stand over it or hold down the button on the bench. Alright. Yeah, this is coming along nicely. I like it. I like it. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a stack out of here. We're going to convert this one and then take that stack and start feeding it into the machine here so that it can just keep running. So this was 6.66, now it's 2.66. So much more efficient. Do the same thing over here. We're going to take this stack out. We're going to convert this guy over. Look at 4, it was 10. Then we're going to load load this one up so we can keep going. All right. So the only downside is you cannot convert flowers. Flowers just are what they are, at least as far as I know. Okay, so now that we have that up and running, what we're going to do is take just a little break, another stretch break. We are in the home stretch. Autosave. Yep. Here we go. Okay, so I think the next thing, let's go ahead and do that part assembly milestone. I think we're pretty close. I think we might have to make the screws, but you can see we have a ton of cable now as we're making it. We're gonna have a ton of rod, we're gonna have a ton of flat plate or iron plate here. Oh, and we got a big guy walking through our factory. Good thing you can't hurt anything. So what we're gonna do is make some screws. This is gonna take a little bit, holding the button down. For those of you who want to play this game or are going to play this game, hot tip: if you hover over the craft button and then press the spacebar down, it works. So if you're going to end up making a lot of something, you can lay something on your spacebar, and it will just keep going without you having to hold anything down. There we go, I just switched over to my spacebar so I didn't have to use my index finger. Getting quite a workout over the last 23 hours. Alright, so for the part assembly milestone, we need 500 screws, and we're making some progress. Making some progress here. During the break, I got some tea. Helped with the voice. It's doing okay. Getting there. Good to go. Boom, boom, boom. Aw, I didn't get enough. Hold on, where's my... Get more. And boom. Hit the big button. Alright.
Milestone reached. More complex assembly of parts can now be automated. Project assembly parts can now be constructed and sent up via the space elevator. Note: project parts are too complex to produce by hand.
Alright, so space elevator takes a lot of things. So we can certainly we can work towards that. I don't think it'll actually be too bad because we probably already have all of that ready to go. The interesting thing that we just got was the assembler. And so what that does is it allows us to put together things like the reinforced iron plate, like the rotors that you see right there, like these smart plates that are in the upper right hand corner that we need to send up the space elevator. So anything that needs to take in two complex pieces and output one, that's what the assembler does. And you know what? I think just for grins, I want to build a space elevator. So let's add it to our list. See if we can, just because it's fun. Space elevator is fun. Alright, we are good on concrete. I think we're going to be wire. Let's check our wire. I think we're going to be good on wire. 2, 3. Perfect. Actually, let's go ahead and get another one. We seem to be low on wire. Perfect, perfect. Iron plate refined. Rod. Boom. Fine. Alright. I think I want to see if we can build it up here. So the only downside of building it up here is we're going to build it on top of a couple of these guys. So they may just disappear forever. Let's see what we can do. This thing is hard to place sometimes because it is so friggin' big that you can't see what it's doing. There are people who use mods in order to be able to see, like, fly above the land. Yeah, floor is too steep, players in the way. Well, it turned blue for a moment. So what I probably need to do is get over there. So, just for fun here, for funsies. Oh, okay. There it goes. Alright, that might be enough. Let's see if we can place this. So where is the control panel? Those are the inputs. Control is right there. I would prefer that to face that way. Floor is too steep, floor is too steep, floor is too steep. It worked for a moment. Okay, so the other thing that we can do, yeah, let's try one more time. Look at all the material going into this. Now this is fun. So it actually opens up and the elevator drops down from space because it's a space elevator. Hooks on there. We're gonna fall. Hooks on. I like that. I don't know if that centerpiece was there before. Might be new. There we go. Space elevator complete. And there is our configure of elevator. You basically like drop parts in and then it shoots it off into space. So pretty cool. I like it up there. I think it's really neat. Oh, and here comes our prop pod. Whoop. flying through the space elevator, as one tends to do. Alright. Fun. Soup's fun. Alright, I think we still have enough then to, let's work on our plate production here and get it ready to go. So what I'm going to do is dismantle this stuff. Alright, we're going to leave the storage container for right now. So, I'm going to start with foundation. Sort of faces out. Let's kind of get behind it a little bit. Yeah, that should be good. Let's make sure that we can still build a miner on top of it. Yeah, we can. I'm not as used to that, so I have to check. Then I'm just going to use some ones around it. But that may not work. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Alright, so 1, 2. That's really all it needs. And then up above it, 1, 2. So we're just going to build that one. Let's put our miner back in. Okay, we're going to have to, yeah, alright. So definitely need the space here. So it's actually going to be out here, so we're going to build one more. Okay. Hi. You're going to fall off the edge. You're going to fall off the edge. See the edge? You're going to fall off of it. So. See if we got. Ooh, I didn't know these were over here. Okay. Alright, so we got that. So what we need is now, we can probably just start it here. I think we need all that extra room. So what we need now is to start with our splitters. Put it on the edge there. Ins and outs. Perfect. And 1, 2, yeah. 1, 2. And then across from that, do the mergers going the other way. Okay. Is that centered? Did I get it wrong? Oh, I got it wrong. Did I get that one wrong? No, that one looks right. Yeah. There we go. And the merger. Boom. Let's try that. Alright. We'll just make sure this goes in here without complaints. That looks great. Alright. Make sure I don't fall off the edge. Oh yeah, I need another one of these. Okay. So now our smelter's in place. Let's face the right direction. And good to go. miss? Miss again? No, that one's fine. Again, the type of stuff that happens when you've been doing this for 23 hours. Okay. There we go. Awesome. It's gonna be iron. It's ready to go. It's gonna be iron. It's ready to go too. Okay, don't jump off. Alright, excellent. Okay, so those are ready. So what we need now is our wall to get up to the next floor. And then we need our foundation. Stack on top. Take care of that one. At our constructor. So we want to start constructor in the same place. Alright, and basically the inlet is going to be on that side. So let's do again our splitter goes on the side. We're going to put it in the middle. Take our merger and put it on this side, and I wanted to go toward the front. Yep. Just like that. Okay, and then we're gonna do, let's do that again. Let's do that again. Okay. Let's do this one again. Perfect. Alright, so now, constructor. Constructor. Okay. Nice. Alright. Take that, run it to the edge here. Just like we did before. I'm gonna take this one, run it to the edge, just like we did before. Weird. Things in space again. Fire in space. Let's go ahead and turn these on. They are going to be making, what are they making? Iron plate. Iron plate. Oh, and let's go ahead and load them up, because we have it. Load them up. Cool. Ah, little lizard dude. Okay. Okay, let's do our lifters now. That's pretty much what I wanted. So this one was a bit difficult last time, but let's see. Oh, it's right on the... Oh, it's not blocking the ladder, so it's perfect. Okay. Just don't fall off the edge, because that is hard to come back from. Okay, now let's do our power. I'm going to do that to here. I go from this guy to in between these two. Feed. Feed. And then there it goes. Yeah, it's kind of in the way. We have to push that one out. See if I do that. Am I going to hit it when I come up? Probably. Ah. Okay, so then that will go over to there. I actually wonder if I did this, I made bolts. Maybe I just do that. Perfect. Just build it twice. Okay, that's what that noise was. Alright, so that's connected to that, that's connected to that. Just go upstairs. Let's see if I can get up there. for government work. Okay. So, good news is that the sun is coming up outside. 6:30 in the morning. It is coming together. This up here, and then we're gonna run it. Get in between these guys. There. There. And now everything is hooked up. All should be ready to go. Just gotta connect it to primary power here. Let's see, let's put it there. And then storage container back around. We can't see it. Sometimes being in first person is not helping. The plate is coming. Doing well, doing well, doing well. The other thing I like about this Lego setup is that these act as like guardrails. So you can't just run off the edge. It's kind of nice. Alright, so now the other thought is if I can take that and move it alongside this one, put maybe 3 going over. Can't afford, out of concrete. No worries. May cause us a problem right there. Oh, but we're building past that, so that should be okay. Let's put a piece there. Then I can do the exact same thing, just mirror it over here, or maybe not even mirror, but just say, hey, I'm going to do the same thing. And it should work out. So let's come over here. Let's start again with our splitters. Yep. In the middle. Yep. Still 60. We're going to do that. And then mergers. Yep, okay. Okay. And then filters. Oh, yeah, clipping on the ceiling, that's fine. Oh, is it the wrong way? That's the wrong way. Doop, 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 doop. Good. And we get ready to set it up here. Oh, did I put both backwards? I did. Oh boy. Alright. So those are ready. Let's go ahead and finish out this foundation. Okay. Let's get the iron ingots. It's gonna be iron ingots. Okay, so we're gonna come out to the edge here. I think the same. Come out to the edge here. Gonna have some room to cross from here to there. Yep. Okay. Now let's go do the top. Okay. Alright, so top splitter here, splitter there, splitter there, and then I like that quick select. The new quick select is pretty good. There, and then instructor. How much I got? Okay. of it pretty close to that guy. So we gotta watch that one because we're gonna end up coming down right on top of our we're gonna want to bend that over, I think, a little bit. Come down a little bit inside of it. It's okay. Alright, these guys can be making iron rods. Can actually 15-15, so we can actually put another one. I think we can do. So I said we could add 3 machines. Oh, so I think that's as much as we can do with the power we have. So we'll check it out. I think we're going to be right at the limit of our. Okay. All right. Again, I think doing exactly what it is I want to do. Let's check our power situation. Oh, we're at 96. I gained. Oh, because these guys are still running. $92. Might actually have enough once I get rid of these guys. Okay, we're going to add 2, which will bring us to 96, so I can add 1 more. So my math was correct. Math in public, always fun. Build this out. What do we have in here? Okay. And I'm just going to do 1 to grow on. 1 beyond. something's not right. There we go. All right. There we go. Which way is this going? Yep, all right. Perfect. There we go. Probably should have shifted all these to the other side so that you don't have to walk all the way across to go down to the end, but that's okay. You can always do this too. Whereas now there's so much room in between. Okay. Out. In. Oh, power. Oops, nope. Uh-oh. Alright. So. Okay. All right. Now with all that done, we are basically cleaned up. We've got rod production, basically infinitely expandable. We've got plate production, infinitely expandable. We've got wire production, infinitely expandable. We have some cable production that's just kind of going off of the wire production right now based on our capacity. We have some fuel production going on. It's good. Oh goodness. It needs to go. Yeah, let's put that in here. There we go. I think I want to go get some more, so we're going to have to cut down some bigger things. Oop, missed. Oh, okay. Now. Alright, yeah. Again, some deforestation here, but we need the fuel. Uh-oh, bad guy. Oh. Uh-oh, got me. He got me. At least my stuff is right there. Oh, look at that. Whoa. So where's my stuff? Alright, that's why they were guarding it, because all this is around. But where's my crate? Right here. It says. Ah. Where'd he go? Where to go? Got one. There's another one somewhere. Here it is. So I have not done much with these wrecks, but they are a big deal because they contain hard drives that allow you to have alternate recipes for things. Super cool. Needs one modular frame and then it'll open. So you have to like put a modular frame in there and then let it go from there. You can actually make a modular frame. Pretty good stuff. So I wonder, I think I can make modular frame. What do we need? Need 3 reinforced iron plate, and I have 55 of them now. So I think I'm going to get my first hard drive here. Never done this before. Nice.
Data on the hard drive has been salvaged and can be repurposed to unlock an alternate recipe. Salvaging more hard drives will provide additional alternate recipes.
Alright, that means we now have to build the MAM. So let's do that.
New object added to the object scanner.
Can't afford. Oh, you need one.
New research available in the MAM.
Hard drive. Alright, so that takes 10 minutes to do. It's okay because we still have an hour left in the stream. Let that go. Let's go ahead and add this. 50 of those. Wow, okay. Is everybody working here? Yep. Good. So to me, this has been a pretty good play. I like it. We want to do, so we have dedicated rods. If we want to do dedicated screws, we can just come off of this one, do the exact same thing we're doing here, right up to there. Then we have screws. I like it, I like it. We could actually do what we did over there right now for screws. Basically, we just take off the whole thing, run it up, and then split the lines out, the output. So have one that comes down, yeah, splitter that comes down that is rods, and a splitter that comes down that is, or a merger that comes down that is screws, and then you get what you get. But again, need more power for that. So we will see. That's what we want to do. So we explore the remainder of what's going on here. I think, let's see, Logistics Mark II. It's not necessarily something that a lot of people like to use, just because Mark III, I think, ends up being easier, or at least so I remember someone saying. I think I got to Mark III once, and I believe it's all steel stuff. just curve that guy right into another one, right over there. There's plenty of room for it. Build a ramp coming this way. Out of the tin. So let's just go do this. Nope. Oh, I need some more of those. Okay.
Milestone reached. Improved versions of conveyor belts and conveyor lifts are now accessible. To encourage additional verticality, conveyor poles now have a stackable variant.
Oh, was that part of it? Cool. Yeah, okay. Yep. I mean, that's pretty funny. Okay. Wow. Okay, so now that I have all that fixed up, it's more of a question of, what to do at this point. Um, we have the assemblers. That is a big thing going forward to make sure that they can all, that you can start building some of the more advanced things. So what do we need for an assembler? Yeah, we need a lot of, basically need reinforced iron plate, need these rotors, both of which are made by the assembler. But reinforced iron plate is slow. Production rate of 5 per minute. If you have basically 60 screws, you have to be going in at 36 plates, which is we aren't producing screws right now, and the 36 plates is almost the entirety of our current production. So getting 5 per minute it's kind of a thing, and And I think that is what is needed for Mark II. Yes. So just like you need one for Mark I, one iron plate, you need one reinforced iron plate for 2. Same thing with the lift. So getting those made to the greatest extent possible is a big deal. But we still have that guy over there, we have this guy over here. Yeah, you can do a lot with that much. Cramming all that into some assemblers. And research complete. Ooh. Well, we were just talking about this. You get 15 per minute instead of 5. In order to do that, you need 50 instead of, what was the number? I don't know if I can exit out of this. Can't. Okay. Alright, still there. So what was it? So 5 per minute. Okay, yeah, you need 60 and 30 something. And 30, I guess. Right? Yeah, 60 and 30 to make 5. What this is saying is I need 18, a lot less, and 10 less. Let's see, to make 3. Interesting. I don't know if I want bolted iron plate. I don't know, I'll have to think about that. I'll have to think, I'm going to save that. To think about it. Because I think it's a lot, I mean, it's a ton more screws. I think the deal is then there might be another recipe for screws where you get a lot more out of it. So you don't have to use as many rods to get there. That helps that situation out. Because that is basically saying that you need 150. Yeah, 150 screws per minute, which is still less than the 180 you would need normally to make 15. But you just need it per minute, so you need it a lot faster. Okay. Well, definitely think about it then. So the other thing I think that we can now produce out of a constructor is, let's see, it's copper sheet. So I think we can make copper sheet now. So you need 2 ingots to make copper sheet. And usually the way I look at it is I think the best way is to utilize the other vein that's up there, the other node, and go ahead and create kind of what I did for iron, and just come down and feed, feed another set over here and make copper sheet. What is this? Let's pick up sulfur.
Data shows this as a mix of sulfide and sulfate minerals. It could be an indication of recent volcanic activity. A new research tree exploring volatile self-defense applications can now be accessed in the MAM.
Sometimes you just find those around, and the benefit of finding them, those is that you then can search for them later. I thought I saw another one, random bit. I probably did, I just don't remember where it was. Then you can definitely use them to search for it later. So if we go to the map here, oh, I can't do anything right at the moment. Okay, that's all right. What we're gonna do is put it in the box. Sulfur. Yep. Okay. So what I think I want to do now, I can make a lot of this. Oh, okay, got no screws. I'll go ahead and make a few more. Have some on hand. Okay, have 8 of those. And yeah, so now maybe I can make more power, so I can keep expanding. Biomass burner. And then, let's see. 4. Wow, I need another one. Okay, take one of these. Throw it in there. Make another one. Fill it back up. This guy out. All right, so that should be online. Yeah, there we go. 130. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see here. Go through here. I'm trying to think if I want to go ahead and start making screws as well, and how exactly I want to do that. So I'm thinking I could just feed this line, you know, instead of coming down, I just feed it back up, have it come across get any of the overflow. Just let it come out the other side and then come back and run out. Let's do that. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do an overload of this line up above, and yeah, and use that. So let's see, would that be the best thing out there? Probably. Let's see, I'm already coming up there. Yeah, clip right through, I think, with all these. Okay. So, yeah, okay. So the rods are right there. So we want them to come up now instead of down like that. And this, they will come in this side. So they'll need a splitter here and here. A merger here. Where? Here. And here. Why did that work? Ah. Okay. And actually, let's go ahead and build this. Because what I think I want to do is turn it back around, come out this way, and then that will join up with the rods. Yep. Okay. Door. Screws. Sticks lifter. Make this bend. Oop, iron plate. Whee! Make some iron plate. Okay. Yeah, just kind of thinking through this as I'm building it. So now we have supply and a return for anything that is overflow that we don't use. So we want that to be that. That is connected, so that's going to continue going just like it was. But we'll also be able to use it there. And then bring this out to the edge. We'll bring this down to right out there. Let's see. Load. Okay. A little bit closer. Oh, that was not good. But I'm down. Let's do that. Okay. Go up. Go up. I missed. Missed again. I wish you could adjust those. Like that would be so much easier. So that's going to fill up in a hurry. Let's go ahead and help it out. So that's going to overload this line because can't get that number out. There we go. So we should be getting 60 screws per minute because that's what the belt can carry. Yeah, 60 going in. And yeah, just going in, and then all of the rest of what doesn't get used will go back to the bronze bin. And with that, I think our current ironwork is complete. Obviously, we have the more complex things that we can build next with the assemblers. It's just going to take a little bit more planning. Yeah, definitely going to take a little bit more planning for the for all the assembly stuff. We can build it higher, we can build it somewhere else, and we can take basically output of these and you know, run it off, sort of acting as an overflow but storage. Lots of stuff that we can do there to make this a little bit more efficient. And with that, obviously we're not quite done yet with our 25-hour live stream. We've been with Satisfactory for the last 5-ish, almost 5. Started about 3 a.m. Got all this built up. And again, for a lot more experienced people playing this game, this sandbox, this may not seem like much. You probably do it in a lot less time, but you know, I've been playing this some hours here, some hours there, more or less just learning each time around, and so for me, I think this is a pretty big step, basically. So the thing to do beyond this is to finish up the phase 1 of the space elevator. Got to get that smart plating, which is up there in the upper right hand corner. Make that smart plating with the assemblers, and then finish or get to phase 1 space elevator, which then will give you some different power options. Right now, as I said before, we are having to load and kind of keep track of all of our power usage with this biofuel, and you know, it's not great, but the next power level that you get is basically autonomous, which is fantastic because you just then don't have to worry about it. So it's an endless supply, but obviously you need more of it, or you know, as you build, you will want more, but you don't have to keep doing what I'm doing now and keep loading it up. So it's a very good thing. So we will be probably working towards that again when I pick up this save at some point in the future. Yeah. And I really like this. I mean, obviously I want a different way to get up here than these ramps. Maybe ladders, maybe the other kind of ramps that come from the sink. Actually, which I need to look at here. But the but I think you can. This is expandable, which is good. Let's go ahead and look at the sink bonus program here. We should have enough resources to complete this. Let's take 1 stack of concrete. Let's see, we need 500, we got that. Let's take 1 stack of rods, 1 stack of plates, and then we should be good to go. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Keep it going.
Milestone reached. You have been given early access to the Anti-Waste Effort for Stress Testing of Materials on Exoplanets bonus program. Funneling parts into the awesome resource sink, depending on their amount and complexity, will grant you coupons in the awesome store, which can be exchanged for bonus rewards.
There it goes.
Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional options, which will be added to the awesome store in the future. Go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Yeah, so it allows you to build basically a place that any unused materials can go. And it gives you tickets, and then you can use those tickets for mostly cosmetic items. But some of them are really helpful, like the walkway ramps. So you don't have to use these giant ramps. Each walkway ramp is basically the width of this, and it goes up and turns and goes up again. So it's very nice to use with things like this when you're going up. Probably basically fit it. Although sometimes the height doesn't quite work out, but we'll see. I think that they updated the way that it snaps, so I'd be interested to see how that works now. I haven't used it a little bit in the past. Go over and check on the hopper production over here. I think it's coming along pretty well. Yep. All right. I mean, it could certainly look nicer, but basically if you enclosed it with walls that everything passed through that have holes, then it would, it would look a little bit nicer. But maybe if these weren't hanging off the edge like they are, just built it out, one more on each side. But part of this game, much like part of Minecraft, is physics that don't really work. So yeah, it can certainly be built that way. Right. Let's see what the next level is here. Jump pads. Wow. So we need rotors. 50 of them to do jump pads. That's quite a bit. Rods and screws, 4 per minute. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and select it. should be making a lot of screws now. We're definitely okay on the rods there. So let's try making some rotors. Oh man, that only gets us 28. All that we just grabbed. Now the drop pod is returning. All right. Let's go ahead and grab the screws that are in here. Not a lot. 60 a minute, so it takes a little while to build up. So after these 10, we'll need 12 more. Again, not the best time to do this manually. Yeah, 12 more. So that means, okay. Yeah, get into these more complex builds. Creating all this stuff manually just is no fun. Definitely want to make sure that you're building it up. One more. We got 50. We got 50. Go get some more cable. So I think we need more cable. Got tons of cable. Okay.
Milestone reached. Several buildings aimed at factory traversal can now be accessed in the build menu. Caution is recommended during use of these products.
Alright, so can't go any further. We got to complete the space elevator, phase 1. Which means we need to be able to send up smart plating. Smart plating is made in the assembler. So if we smart plating, it needs Yep. Yeah. So in order to make one, you need one rotor, one um, reinforced iron plate, and you can only get 2 per minute out of this whole this whole mess, um, which is kind of is good in that you can get some overflow with these and have some to build other things. Um, but it also means that if you want to make a lot of these, you need a lot of assemblers, a lot of space to do that. All right. Cool. Makes me wonder if I want to build higher to do some of the assembler stuff. If I want to build it elsewhere. Maybe higher. Yeah. Maybe I could go higher and then feed all of the right items to it on the next level, because we're pretty much making all of the base stuff. So if I went up another level or 2 above this, then yeah, maybe I could go up the next level above my current plate production and put the assemblers up there opposite of the screw production, and then I could route all of the outputs appropriately to get what I need out of the assemblers. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a long time since I worked with assemblers and understood how much space they need, etc. So I might have to play around with that a little bit. Yeah. But basically, definitely need some higher speed belts so that we can get more output from some of these places. Make it more efficient. Basically, get out when we're supposed to, and yeah, and move right along to making what we need for the space elevator. And the next tier, get unlimited power. Should be good. Instead of pedal power. All right. Super cool. All right, everybody. Well, with that, it is 8 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. It has been 25 hours since we started the live stream, and that is it.